Hello everyone, my name's Stefan, Botanist Cool. Today we're painting and we're continuing the rusting of our copper dragon. Hey, Sleepy, hi, I hope you're having a fantastic day. Y'all go follow Sleepy if you haven't already. She's fantastic, a lovely individual, and a good friend of the channel, and just a good friend in general. So, last time we saw this guy was at the old, was actually with the old setup, way back when in the yesteryears. You guys can probably get a better view of him now than you did last time. This is how the rusting from last time turned out, and as time kind of went on and I let this kind of sit longer, I was happier with it. Like, it does look like a layer of a coat of rust, like a coat of oxidation, and I'm really pretty proud of it. Like, at first I really didn't like it, if I'm being perfectly honest with you guys. I really didn't. So it took me a while to actually appreciate it. Then I began to like it. So yeah, that's it. I don't remember exactly what I did, so let me take a look at the sucker real quick and I'll just like... So what I think I did was I used I think I used ghostly blue and then deepened it with ethereal blue from our D&D Army Painter collab paints, and went that direction, just following each of these like ridges here. I'm 90% sure that's what I did. So I'm gonna just see if I can replicate it and give it a shot. If you have any questions about mini painting, I will likely be the wrong person to ask, but go ahead. I hate how, the one thing about this stand that I'm not a big fan of, I do have to lean quite a bit forward. And I can't move this too forward, else you guys start seeing my lap, which is really weird. So like, I gotta like paint up here, and that's like a whole half arms away from me. But if I move it too far down to get a top down view, you start seeing like the actual base here, and it's like, nah, I don't want that. It's always like a little balancing act to trying to get it as close to me as possible. Oh wait, I'm an idiot. That's why it looks so weird. There we go. Oh, that's so much better. Boop. Yeah, that's so much better. I forgot I could also make the stand go a little higher, which is exactly what I needed to do, now that I remembered. Fantastic. All right. Get all the white stuff out of the way. Let's get all the clear stuff out of the way, make it a little easier on the lights. And we'll get going from there. Now, I'm 90% sure I use F. And then... No, I'm 90% sure I used ghostly blue first. Oh, fuck, which one is it? I was trying to compare the color on my finger to the color here and see where I did it, but like they're all pretty good mixed. We're just gonna have to experiment. That's how it goes sometimes. Just gonna have to experiment. See what I did. See if I can find out what I did. I don't remember. And that's the sad part. I don't remember. I just don't remember. I don't have a good brain. I could rewatch the video. Where's the fun in that, right? Where's the fun in experimenting? I think this was the color because the edges of the other wings are very similar to that color, like right here. I think this is definitely the color I used. Excuse me. I'm getting a little bit of a cough. Nothing like insane, and nothing sincere either. It's just like, you know, every once in a while I'm coughing. I'm starting to think I like gotta get out a bit more. Like, I know I don't have a job to get out for, but like I should really start doing some outdoor exercise of some sort. I still do my stretches for my legs and shit, and my little workouts for that, but like I should probably like start doing something more sincere. I used to be out 6 hours a day, outside doing physical labor. Kind of feel like I'm wasting away sometimes. Kinda. Not really though. Doing good today? My day's going pretty well. I'm glad to hear yours is too, Sleepy. Oh, and if you guys don't know, if you guys are listening on in, I do plan on doing some YouTube streams of mini painting specifically. So if you want to see more mini painting content, because YouTube has been very supportive in my mini painting, I want to put some more YouTube specific content on there and like YouTube exclusive content. So if you want to see more mini painting, that's going to be the place to go. I'm going to try to do one a week on each, both Twitch and YouTube, but we'll see how that goes. I don't know how many spoons I'll have or if I'll have to remove one kind of video content or yada yada. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to get some of my Warhammer actually done one day. Like, I see them on the counter right on over there to my right, and they're just like vibing. I'm like, I should get you guys done one day. One day. I've also put out YouTube exclusive painting content today, so if you guys want to see that, it's on YouTube. Put it on the background when you need something to relax to. Also, slight addendum, I think, to like yesterday when I was talking about aliens. So, in Aliens, I said that the engineers from the Prometheus movie, Jesus was one of them. I said that Jesus was one of the engineers. Apparently, I was wrong. The engineers just took Jesus off of Earth and brought him to paradise, the planet of the engineers, and that's, you know, how Jesus learned all his stuff. By going to an alien homeworld for like 20 years. According to the alien movies, that's how Jesus was a thing. Which is beautiful. I remember what I did now. I mixed just a touch of silver dragon into the blue. That's why it's just slightly different. Okay. Let me do that real quick. Get a little bit on there. Now it's coming back to me. Like, this is very bright compared to what I did last time. It's like, oh yeah, right, I did mix a little bit of silver dragon in there. And then I did dry brush copper on top of it. And makes all the difference right there. Very subtle difference, but it makes it. Hey Ethan, no bud, what's up? Same here, not too much, honestly. I've been Planning out the YouTube side of mini painting, seeing what's gonna happen. Actually, I'm very happy with how the rusting turned out on this side. I'm not gonna lie, I was not digging it at first, like when I first did it, but now I'm kinda am. It really does look like it's just literally rusted on there, which I really appreciate, or a Veridest on there, whatever it is. It really does look like it's been like, it looks like it's a layer of oxidation. I bet one day I'll be able to do a lot better. But with my current skill set, I think I'm really good. I think that's really good. So I'm happy with how that turned out, and I'm gonna try to mimic it the best I can on this swing. Very happy with it so far. Then I'm also trying to consider what I'm gonna do with my silver and gold dragon. I don't know what I'm gonna do with them yet, but I know they also have some kind of patina or something on them as well. Because I know silver does get a patina after a little while. Don't know about gold. And I think silver gets a blue patina if you let it stay out too long. I think it's called patina. I don't know, if I'm being honest. I'm not good at jewelry stuff. Also going out tomorrow, so I'm very excited for that, actually. There's a little event happening. I think it will be. It's like a retro gaming market that's happening out there. And it looks like there's gonna be a lot of like retro stuff. Like there's gonna be 80s and 90s cars, just they're gonna have a car show. There's gonna be cosplay contests, there's gonna be a lot of things like that. Video game tournaments, which none of which I will be able to compete in because I'm not that great at Brawl or Smash Bros in general. Not anymore, at least. I used to be okay. I used to be decent. Not great, but I used to be decent. I haven't played at this point in years. I don't really want to stream it much either because, like, I remember how people got on here when I streamed that, and it's not great. People got really excessively competitive. I'm just sat down waiting for wilds at this point. These wilds come to me. God, I really want to see if there are Monster Hunter minis I could paint. Like, legitimately speaking, I want to try to get like a Monster Hunter mini I could paint. I think that would be fantastic. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. I think we talked about it once on a stream a little while ago. There is a Monster Hunter board game that does have minis you could paint in it, including 4 or 5 hunters and a few monsters like Baroth, with expansions, right? But that was like $80 for the base game and $40 for each expansion. And I would never be able to really play the game itself. Not per se, I would have to like Anything cool is basically just spending 80 bucks to paint 1 or 2 minis about the size of this. You know what I'm saying? That's not the kind of dosh I got. It's tempting as shit, but it's not the type of dosh I got. But yeah, it was tempting. I'll have to take a look at it again. See if anyone's selling them secondhand, then I might buy them second-handed. But like, you know. Or go to Etsy, see if someone's selling like a good sized one. Eventually, one day I'll get into my sci-fi minis that I've been wanting to paint. One day. I end up just specializing in fucking dragons at this point. I can feel it. I do want to get that red dragon mini too, because it does look a lot like Fatalis. I think that'd be a great addition to, like, in the same way I did the wyvern in the shape and the color of Rathian, I could do the red dragon in the shape and the color of Fatalis. And I want to do the black dragon mini in the color of Grima from Fire Emblem. There are also large adult versions of these minis too. So like this is like a young dragon mini. I think the adult ones are like yay big essentially. Like they would cover the entire screen essentially. And that would be a different thing entirely, and I would love to do that one day. But they're like 50 to 80 bucks each depending on when and where you buy them. There was a time on WizKid's website where they were selling all the adult dragons for like all the chromatic, all the metallic for like 250 bucks each, 250 bucks, right? And the thing about that was that would mean for each of those 5 dragons, each one was 50 bucks. That was the steal. I should have gotten it at that point. But alas. I think I put 1 or 2 of them on my throne. I don't remember though. No, I didn't. I don't like putting anything above 50 bucks on my throne. That's right. There's one thing I actually put on my throne. It's a little expensive, and that was a ship of the line ship mini from D&D. That was, I think, the most expensive thing I put on my throne. I don't think I'll put anything that price again. I feel guilty. Like. I feel guilty just having a throne, but I always want to give people the option to support in the way they want to. You know what I'm saying? But I do have a few minis I want to buy. The red dragon and the black dragon are first on my list. But I really want to get done with some of the painting first. So I want to get done with my Warhammer. I want to finish up my Rathian because that's still not done. It's most of the way done. It just needs like a few little bits and bobs. I want to finish the Equal Dragon weapon. And I want to finish my current chromatic metallic dragons, which are the gold. I'm finishing up the copper basically now in the next few little while. Still got to do the mouth, hilarious enough. I've not done the mouth yet. Gold and silver, I think gold is the closest to being done because I don't think gold has a patina or a rust to it, really. So there's no reason to really worry about gold. I might try to see if I can add some cool little coloring to it. But other than that, I'm not sure. The silver dragon, I think, needs a little bit. I don't know how the patina works on it, and I'm going to take a look again at the canon colors and go by that. It's this red specifically. I think I was talking about this in my upcoming my current YouTube video. I released a new video. I was complaining about the red paint, never really like saying. I think it's just legitimately the red paint. I don't think it's the fucking mini at this point. I'm thinking that the red paint is just either not shaken up well enough or something. So I'll have to figure that out. So watery. So watery. I gave it a good shake up. I'll try it again later on. Oh, Cambion Crimson for those who are curious. Same crimson I've been using for God knows how long. I feel like I've used the red so much recently. And I have. I've used the reds and orange and yellows a lot recently in a lot of my painting. It's been that kind of day. I've not used a lot of my purples. Okay, I lied. I used my purples a lot on 2 models. My purple worm and my fucking beholder. Those are like the only 2 purple models I got. I haven't used my greens often. I haven't used my blues too often either, actually. That's going to change with the Warhammer, because the Warhammer is going to be a blue base. Not a blue base. Sorry, it's going to be blue highlighted or whatever you want to call it. A majority of like the coloring, like the clothing is going to be blue, the highlights are going to be blue, the marks are going to be blue, that kind of stuff. So there's going to be a lot of blue on those Warhammer models. Because they are Hellenic inspired. It's very clear they are. So I'm going to make them very blue. Dabba-dee dabba-die. Give my legs a stretch real quick. Ugh. Whew. Actually stretch like in my arms too. I actually. So, I think I've talked about this before. I'm on antidepressants, which help lower your appetite as well. Wildly enough, right? It is the wildest thing, cause like only recently, I really started to notice how much how much they actually have limited my how much they actually have limited my what do you call it? My appetite, because it's been like now that I am not as physically active, that level of what do you call it? That level of hunger is not there anymore. So yeah, kind of wild. Like I'm like, damn, I'm really not as hungry as I thought I would be. Wild. I had a salad for breakfast. I feel pretty stuffed by it, honestly. Kind of nice. I'm gonna start adding the ethereal blue, to kind of make it a little darker. at least in the centers. The goal is not to like have it be super dark, but like just to get those centers dark. I think that's how I did it last, right? Yeah. Excuse me. Ooh, a little. I'm not gonna use anywhere near that much blue on this one. Fuck me. Let's see, we'll suck back of it, some of it back in. Okay, cool. All right, let's get it a little wet. Let everything dry for a moment, and I'm gonna hit that mouth again. See if I can get a little bit more of a solid color on that mouth. All right, now we gotta do, this is gonna be a little harder. We have to add really small rust marks throughout the back scales, the legs, arms, sides, and horns. That's gonna be harder, I'm saying, because that's gonna be a lot more detail work and a lot more individualistic bits, like having to use more specialized, I feel like, methodologies. I just quickly. I also kind of feel like I might have added just a tad too much because, like, it is a young dragon still. I guess maybe not. Like, a bigger dragon's gonna be like 10 times the size, have 10 times more, you know? But, like, I don't know. I feel like I followed the route of what the guiding picture told me back in the day, you know? I think I'm still on a pretty good route there. Let me take a gander at something real quick. Okay, yeah, we're good. I was just checking how much time was streamed this week so far. Because again, I can't stream more than 24 hours a week nowadays. Legally speaking. A little weird, but whatever. You do, right? maybe small marks going through the back. Dust properly. Oh. I'm gonna go over all the sides that I've painted today and dust them in copper, because like I want to make sure that copper aspect's there. Like I want it faded like this, not bright like that. Let me actually, I think I should still have it. Here we are. A little big, so I'm gonna make it smaller real quick. So what I'm gotta do now, just so I know what I'm looking at, I'm bringing this up from my reference primarily, if I'm being honest. It might even be a good idea just to hit things a bit more with the copper. But you can see there's like copper splatterings randomly throughout certain muscle crevices in the sky and throughout certain scales. Now, obviously, the tail is very different. I don't know why they're so different, but that is a D&D 5e copper dragon. But it looks so different from the actual mini. It's wild. Except for the face. The face is probably the most similar looking area. The wings are completely different. You know, it's wild to me how different the 5e versions. The wing structure is very different too, which is wild. Again. Like, it should end here, the wings. And the tail should go on for longer, but alas. This is the Copper Dragon mini, right? Like, I'm not dumb. Yep, that's it. I'm actually looking at another person's mini as they drew it, and it looks pretty schwanky. And it is something very similar to me with the coppering and the rusting. However, their rusting doesn't follow anything. It just kind of like takes up levels and levels and levels of it. So it's a lot less individualized. But they also have an interesting highlighting, almost in like a yellow gold. It looks really good, actually. And almost like a copper wash it looks like down here, which actually I kind of like a lot. Um, their rust is also a lot brighter than mine. I think I like mine a bit more of the dullness of it. But I like their highlights. Their highlights are really nice. I definitely want to see if I can mimic those highlights because they look really, really, really good, actually. Let's see what they've done here. It looks really good. You know what I could highlight? You know what I could do it with, actually, now that I think about it? There's been a color I've been avoiding using here because I always thought it was just a little too rough. The Underdark Indigo is a very dark blue I've got, which could be used very well to shade this, shade it, get like the darker areas of it, without it being so brightly blue and so brightly rusted. So I could use that on top of the bright parts, you know what I'm saying? In the middle, on the mouth area. I think that could lead to some good shading. Give it a shot. Nothing, there's nothing, you know, stopping me from experimenting. That highlighting, though, I definitely want to mimic and understand that highlighting a lot better because it's really fucking good. Like, they highlighted everything so fucking well. It was gorgeous. Oh my god. But I want it darker. I'm literally gonna add the lightest bit of like matte black possible to this. I added one brush tip and that was too much. Oh my god. Try it again. You gotta be careful. That's gonna be a good color right there. Okay. Ooh, that looks. I just don't know. The color looks nice. That's what looks nice. I do not know if the bronzing on the back looks nice. I don't think it does. I don't like it. Or the rusting on the back looks like. I don't like it. I don't. At least not as is. Wait a second. Okay, I just realized I painted over it in copper, which took off everything on the top, but left everything on the side where I wanted it. Oh my god, I'm a fucking accidental genius. Oh, that's brilliant. Like, there's still some very light rusting in there. You can kind of see it between the scales here. But it's so light, I just painted the copper cover the parts I did not want to be rusted. That's really funny, actually. Add a little bit of rust to the mouth. Try to get it away. The mouth even... the mouth's pretty red, but still needs some more. I want to try something. See if I can make that work. Loki for the hydrate and the stretch. Thank you very much, Loki. Oh. Ugh. How you doing today, Loki? If you guys want to add more stickers, by the way, to my thermos, there is a redemption for that. We have a lot of stickers to add still. For some adulting stuff? Adulting stuff, yeah, that's important. I feel you. A few random spots. Areas, you know? Oh, it's not even fun adulting stuff? That's lame. Well, to be fair, there's not too many fun. Rusty Boy looks amazing though. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I am nowhere near done with him. I do very much appreciate it. Trying to add like some small random blotches of rust to kind of mix around here. Like I got one in this arm, one in this wing. I'm gonna put one in the back leg here because why not? I'm gonna put one on the crevice over here. That makes me. And I just gotta darken them all a bit. I don't think this did anything in reality last time, but I'm gonna just do it again either way. Yeah, that's the right side. Let me get a little. God, you are really crispy. Hold on. Thank you. I know, it's amazing. High-tech paint stuff, you know? This is the high-tech world of painting minis. I know what I'm doing? Fuck no. Am I gonna do it? Yeah. Oh yeah. TikTok's got a pretty good mini community there too. Every once in a while I'll see some stuff, I'll be like, oh my god, that's really cool. I should try to incorporate something like that. Oh shit, my oh. The paint off my brush, hilariously enough, is chipping off. Oh well. The brush is still fine. I don't care about the paint. The brush works, I'm still gonna use it. Yeah, apparently. It's so far my only brush falling apart, but this is a pretty big brush that I've used, so I don't blame it. I'm not surprised it's part of it's falling apart. That's fine though, I don't care that much. You know what I could just do? I could paint it black. Watch, ready? Look, I can fix this. Hold on, I can fix this. You watch this, ready? I could just take a paintbrush. Now you can't even tell it's falling apart. Look at that. Fucking fixed it, baby. Look at that. Look at that. See? Now you can't even tell. See that? Oh, it's basically gone now. Look at that. Exactly. And even then, this doesn't actually need to be painted or repaired. I'm doing this as a meme right now. 100% meme. I don't actually give a shit. Man, like it was never broken, you see? I painted over the number. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. Never broken, see? It's all good. No, can I? It's interesting. You know what? Let's see if we can make that happen. If not, I could fix it up, so we'll be fine. What I'm trying to do here is basically make the copper color wet enough that as it evaporates, it'll only stay in the crevices, and that water will pull all that copper to the crevices in there, giving it a little bit more of a copper feel to it instead of this pure shiny silver feel. Changing that color just a little bit, and then allowing me to go back in with a little bit of silver to highlight it rather than have it be like pure silver. I'm basically trying to turn my copper paint into a wash. I can do something fun with that. I'm gonna let it dry now. I'm gonna stop messing around. I'm gonna let it dry. I can see the details of it already. It looks good. Does add some flair to the dragon. I'm glad. I'm glad. Opening that part, bottom part. I'm just gonna let it dry. See how that turns out. I'm done. No, wait. Well, thank you. Like this area here as a prime example, right here. That looks like one big chunk. However, like a bunch of tiny little ridges in here. I'm trying to get the copper to like really stick in, so I'm gonna show. I'll bring it up close. You see, there's a whole bunch of tiny little ridges. It's where I'm trying to get that copper to stick in. And there's a few pieces like this piece right here that's a little clumped. I'll have to fix up a bit. But other than that, that's going to be. I just want to try to get rid of those clumps because like this clump here, there's a clump right here on the tail. That's not what I want. I want this essentially, that kind of streaking you see. That's what I want. Clumping is not what I want. And I could basically use the brush, dry it off a bit, and have it suck up some of the excess. After it dries a little bit, I could suck off a lot of that excess here and there. And that'll make it so that I could take off a lot of that clumping without affecting too Alright, leave it alone for a bit. If I fuss with it too much, I'm gonna go insane. I'm gonna go get myself a snacky. I'll be right back. My folks send me some snacks. They know I'm laid off now. They sent me like these packs of cookies, Famous Amos, but like only like 4 in each one. I feel like they wasted their money a little bit, but I'm not gonna complain because they taste good. The only other problem is that my ADHD meds, cause I'm not taking like Adderall or anything. I'm taking like Stravera or something like that. Dry the shit out of my mouth. It is wild. That's the only side effect I'm getting from my meds. Is just a really dry mouth. It's like fuck, man. This is weird. No matter how much I drink. Thank you for the lurk, Loki. And I can see a lot of parts that's dried up are hitting those crevices, but there's still a very thin layer on the top parts. That I'm gonna fix with a little bit of dry brushing. Actually, still gotta fix some feet things here. Actually, I'm looking at my feet and I'm like, they're not where I want them to be. Gotta work with dragon feet. It's like that Pokemon Ranger game where you have to like look at everyone's feet. Except it's dragon feet. Not Pokemon Ranger, Pokemon Dungeons, Mystery Dungeons. Ooh, excuse me. Shit, sorry about that. Now you see how the dry brushing is already changing, almost look like that now. Exactly what I'm looking for. All right, let's get more of that copper in there. Pick that up later. Ah, humbug, I'd say. That's still very bright compared, huh? No, gotta redo that. I have to redo that completely. I have to redo that completely. Beans that. Long story short, it looks like a lot of my stuff I either didn't put enough paint on here to start with or it chipped off. I was like, look at that. And look at that. There's such a difference in volume. And I beans this. I gotta redo it. Yeah, I just think I think I just didn't add enough. Too shy. I can always come back with copper and define it then. I think is the approach I'm going to take to it. I could have defined it with copper later, but if I gotta hit that other part now, you know? The inside's fine. I think. This part's what needed. That's a lot better. Okay, cool. I know what I gotta do now. Well, I know better what I have to do. Different. Restart. I can fix. That is much better. Like, new wing, old wing. That's a lot better. They look a lot better now. Like, here, let me move my light. So, That looks a lot better. New wing, old wing. Probably color a little bit. Oh, that's why it's looking so weird. It's not on the right color set. It's on the right setting. So again, new wing, old wing. And it looks pretty good. New wing, old wing. The only thing I might want to do is add more copper actually to the new wing. Differentiate it, because this one has a lot more, like, less of it. This one actually has a little bit more. Might want to consider finding more places to add in some copper here and there. Otherwise, they look pretty equivalent to me, color-wise. This is like the bright side. I gotta change that to this, you know. Like that's two very different colors. But that I think I could do, no problem. Alright, moving that light back. Super bright! This is for me to get my own bearing. Alright, cool. I'm gonna go over these dark areas with like the shade, with like the air blue as well. Just to kind of like do what I want to do with it. I don't know if that's gonna work, but let's give it a shot. I don't know if I... There are some things that are just kind of bothering me because the blue is not as strong on this side. Kind of say. I could always just try to match the other side to the new side. Like, this doesn't look bad. I don't know what I did here to make this so solid, so I could just like do like this, you know? Still looks so much fucking really weird. I'm trying to get that dull look on the other side too. Oh, there's a huge difference, and I do not know. I think I know what it is. I think I stopped it from happening on this side. Shit. You know what I think I gotta do? I think I gotta restart it. That's great. Ugh. I think because I spent so much time between the two times, I miscommunicated something, which means I gotta restart it all because there's something here that just did not communicate correctly. And now neither side looks proper. So I think what I gotta do is I just gotta do one step today. I think that's just gonna be the blue and the blue. I'll put this all back in copper. I'm gonna have to do that anyways. Fuck, I'm a little pissed about that. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. Not happy about it. I could try simplifying the process a bit more. You know, I'm gonna try that. Here's what I'm gonna try doing, actually. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to paint over this with the blue. I'm gonna detail it with the darker blue. Then I'm going to dry brush it. And I'll detail further with the dry brushing, with the copper. Let's see what I can do there. But goddamn, I'm kind of pissed that like I couldn't replicate what I did last time, so I have to start over. Or else it just doesn't look neat. Like it looks like two separate painting styles. That's not what I'm trying to make it look like, obviously. Not happy about it, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Alright, let's mix that color. Let's mix that color I want to use. I think the biggest difference ended up being that maybe I used a different color last time. Because what I realized was there was a lot more white on one side than there was on the other side. And I never got that, I never replicated that, and I gave it a very different look. So mixing it properly and having that proper recording. I did fucking record it. I literally recorded it. I just didn't watch it. It was something that I was a little nervous about actually coming back to this mini, was like if I was gonna get the rusting right on both sides or if I was just gonna fuck it up. But there's always the option just to kind of restart it, essentially, right? That is always an option. Especially if you thin out the paints enough, you'll be fine. Like, there's still quite a bit of detail. Not as... I don't think I'm going to get too many more shots at it. But still has plenty of detail for me to work with. Alright, let's try my theory out. I'm gonna have some fun and see what I can do. Have some fun is a generous word. I'm just gonna try and see what happens when I just literally just like... give it a general coat and then detail it later, you know what I'm saying? All right, let's go clean that water real quick. Let that paint dry and I'm gonna be right back. But yeah, no, this is a very different approach from what I took last time, which was very careful and detailed. What I'm going to do... I'm just trying to figure out what my next move is. I'll be honest. I don't know what my next move is. I'm just fucking experimenting at this point, if I'm being perfectly honest. Like, doing too much detail in here was actually, like, adverse for me, you know what I'm saying? Like, didn't work out the way I wanted it to. Because that detail came off really easily. Not what I wanted, obviously. I'm trying to think how I want to do this. I don't know. All I know is I gotta do it at the same time for both of them, right? So like, for all sets of wings, I have to do it at the same time. That's all I know. That way it's all equal. I'm gonna fill in some spots that I see are not like actually full in here. Like, real quick, get those. I think I'll go for the deep parts of that darker blue. Give it a dry brush in copper. Maybe dry brush it again in the blue and then detail the copper that I dry brush, you know what I'm saying? Like, the copper will still leave that mark, but like dry brushing the blue over the blue, getting that detail in, getting that shine in, might be a bit better. What I'm thinking. I don't know, there's gonna be a lot of dry brushing is what I feel like. But let's just experiment and have some fun with it, you know? That's my point of view right now. I'll go for those deep areas with that really dark, with that darker blue. Like all these crevices here. Right here. Here. If I go with that darker blue, that'll make a lot more sense. Maybe. I don't know. I'll be honest. Should let it dry properly first, though. Biggest problem is my impatience. My biggest problem is impatience. I'm just gonna blow on it. I'm just gonna give it some minutes. Like, in all reality, I think that's just exactly what I have to do. I think what I'm planning on doing is using that deeper, darker blue, get into the deeper areas. Using the highlighting the high areas with copper again. All that kind of stuff. So like, probably use this brush. I just want to hit these deep areas. So like, this side is dry. Actually, it's really fucking dry. Okay. So like, as an example. You kind of see what I'm getting at. Hitting off the darker blue there. All right. Now I'm gonna try what I was doing before. See if I can do that better. It'll look better. Because why the fuck not? I think it'll look a lot better. At least it'll look even. Let's try something. I want to try something out. Now that I've dry brushed this area, I have all the areas that the dry brush has hit, which means I have all the high areas, which means I could probably... Noak Formers, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're enjoying your time here. If you are, make sure to subscribe to YouTube too. I have a whole bunch of mini painting stuff on YouTube as well. Hello. How you doing, friend? Good, and you? I'm doing pretty good, thank you. I basically restarted the rusting on this copper dragon because I was very unhappy with the original way I did it. I just restarted it, and I'm kind of digging it, actually. Like, that is looking good, you know what I'm saying? Let me do this real quick. And a bunch of my other mini painting stuff is right at that link. Make sure to go subscribe there. How stressful is it to mini paint? Best way to put it is as stressful as you make it. This is a very relaxing thing for me. I do have a level of stress when it's like I am a bit of a perfectionist, right? So it is a little harder for me sometimes to like be okay with making the mistakes. However, it's a very relaxing hobby for me. It's not very destructive. I think it's very constructive, personally. I personally see it as a lot of fun and a lot of relaxing. It's one of the few things that just turns off my brain a little bit, you know what I'm saying? It lets me do what I gotta do and lets me focus. It's a nice level to that when it comes there. For me, it's not stressful. I know for other people, it probably is going to be a little more stressful. So long as you're able to take it in stride and enjoy your time, I don't think you're going to have a bad time mini painting, honestly. Are you looking into getting into the hobby? Yes. And no. So I did one layer already on here and I hated it. So I just redid the layer. And because I only did 1 or 2 layers, it's fine. However, do too many layers and it's going to be very hard to get that detail. You usually have 1 or 2 shots at it, is what I would say. And even then, in all reality, you're not going to do good on your first few minis. That's a-okay. You don't need to do great on your first few minis, you know what I'm saying? I didn't do good on them. I'm still a novice. I'm still very much a novice, and I can't say that I'm doing an amazing job on my minis. I'll be honest, I don't think I can say that. I think I'm doing a good enough job, but like, you know, I'm not doing an amazing job. I'm doing fine. It's a lot of learning. It's literally like any other art. You're learning. And it's going to take you a long time to really master it. And depends on what you want to do, too. It really depends on what you want to do. PLA you want to sand? If you have a PLA model, definitely sand it. It's going to make it a lot easier. However, priming any other model should be fine. And if you buy from some sources like WizKids that does the D&D models, they're already pre-primed and ready to paint, just as is, like this one was. When it comes to Warhammer, sanding some parts or filing some parts is going to help out, but it's not necessary per se if you're cutting close enough and doing it have like extreme detail to it or anything. And when it comes to like minis you buy from like Etsy, it's a cash grab. Like you don't know, because like PLA minis can be very rough and very hard to work with. And you will have to, like, sand them. I have not enjoyed PLA minis, typically speaking. It's not to say that you can't, Not to say that other people don't, and it's not to say that there aren't good ones out there. But I personally have not enjoyed many the PLA minis I have dealt with. They've always been too texturally not pleasant for myself. So that's the best way I could describe it. Is there a technique? Learn, paint. That's it. Start again from 0? I don't think so. I don't think so. I know there's some people who are able to like, I know there's like some things like, I think it's called a green paste or something like that that'll take off the paint. But I think having the ones that you've painted, even if they're not amazing, still there, ends up being a lot better because you get to see how much you've progressed, and it's so cool. Like, I can take a look at some of my old minis and be like, wow, I did the best I could at that point, but by George, I know I can do better now. Maybe one day I'll get that mini again and try it out. You know what I'm saying? I'm like a history, you know? Having a history of yourself and having a history of your skills kind of really cool. Exactly. Like, all the minis I've painted, there are some that I'm not proud of, there's some that I'm very proud of. This one I'm actually really enjoying how it's coming out now that I've taken a new approach to it. You know, and that's fine. I'm not gonna have the best minis out there. Definitely not. I don't think I'm ever gonna be able to sell a mini or anything like that. Maybe help a friend if they want to like get their minis painted, but like I don't think I'll be able to sell any. Yeah, are you looking at getting into the hobby? And hopefully I answered your questions as well as I could. It's there's never a straight answer of this kind of shit, you know what I'm saying? I'll have to try to build kit for a fighter jet and then paint it. Is it harder to paint a model if you have to assemble it like a kit because of glues or anything? Not in my experience. You could always sand down any glue that you're using. Make it a little easier if it happens to protrude, per chance. But it doesn't necessarily mean that you are gonna have a harder time with it. The internals might be an issue. If you want to paint the insides of the model, you might want to do partials, like, you know, paint when you get to a certain point and then stop and then assemble. But, yeah, that's it. Kind of liking that. What do you guys think? PLA 3D printed models can be dubious in quality. There are probably some companies out there that have been here for a long time. You're always going to want to read reviews of anyone you buy models from. There are people on Etsy who sell models that are like acrylic painted, and again, you'll have to prime it yourself and get a primer. However, I'm going to recommend if you're going for your first model, go for like a pretty big company like WizKids. Right now I'm painting a WizKids model. You know what I'm saying? I recommend if you're going to go for like a big company, if you're going to go like for your first time, get something like a WizKids model. They're big, they are generally really good quality, or they're very consistent quality at the bare minimum. Or if you want, go to, if there's anything near you, there might be a Games Workshop near you. If there's a Games Workshop near you, and you go and you say, hey, this is my first time model painting, do you happen to have one of the tutorial ones? They might give you a free model to paint that you have to paint in the actual shop, and they'll teach you how to paint, which is really cool. That's how I got one of my first models. Are they expensive? Yes. This model is like 14 bucks, not including the paints and stuff. Warhammer models could get up into the hundreds pretty easily. So yeah, they are. Yeah, look if there's a Games Workshop near you. They do Warhammer, and they will try to sell you on that Warhammer. So be a little careful there. But just say, hey, it's my first time mini painting. I've saw some people online mini painting, and I want to learn a bit more about it. I heard you guys like have like a little tutorial thing or like whatever, and they'll give you either like a Space Marine or a Storm Herald, Storm Cloak, whatever it's called. Mine are literally right on the ones that I did for my first painting are literally like right there across the room from me. But they usually have something like that, and if they don't, they'll tell you where you could get it. And if there's like a local hobby shop near you, check with them too. You're like, hey, listen, I am looking to get into mini painting. I know that like some places that do like Warhammer stuff have like a free one that's like for tutorials. Do you happen to do that? If not, do you know where I could get one? Because I'd love to get more into the hobby. Or do you have a class or something that I could come into? Because sometimes like, or like a club, like the mini shop near me actually has like a little club in it, right? Where people actually come by and they paint together and they have a good time. So like you could always go to the club and just, you know, learn. And typically people are very cool in those kind of clubs. But that being said, I can't guarantee, you know, there's always like that one horror story that you might want to be careful of, and just, you know, be wise about who you're with and how much you talk to them about and that kind of stuff. But like, I have, you know, typically had good experiences. I know Warhammer, a Warhammer set like the Lumineth Realm Lord set I got was how many pounds was it? It was like 90 pounds, 70 pounds, 90 pounds. No, it was 70 pounds and like 90 bucks. That's what it was. But I also went to the UK to visit some friends, and that's how I got, you know, that's how I got it so fucking cheap. In the States, that same thing will probably cost you 130 bucks. It's a good time to build it. And if you take a look at it in terms of like time invested with money, like I think about it like this, right? If I go to a movie with a friend, that's going to cost me like 15 bucks, not including snacks. And that's going to be for 3 hours. So $5 an hour, right? And then I see, how long has this mini taken me to paint? Well, this mini was like 14 bucks. The paints I've been using for over a year now, they're practically negligible in price. But let's say we add another $5 for extra paints I bought for this one specifically. I've spent over 10 hours on it at this point because I'm learning and having fun and ding-donging around. So like, that's like $2 an hour for me. That's how I kind of view it. I also view video games. If I'm going to spend more than $10 on a video game, I need to be playing it for definitely more than 2 hours. So they're like some smaller video games that are like $5 that are an hour video game, and that's like okay. But if it's like a $50 game, it's like $1. You know, it's like an hour. That's not gonna be worth it to me, even if it's a good game. Army Painter. There's a brand called Army Painter that I use. They have sales, typically speaking, And they also have kits. So there is an Army Painter D&D kit that comes with an owl bear. That was one of my first kits I got, and I'm still using the paint from that kit about a year later. It's about $100 if I recall correctly. You can probably find it at a local shop for cheaper. I think it's cheaper now. I don't remember. No, $70. But I know that, as an example, a paint like this can be worth, you could probably buy it for like $3 to $4 easy. But if you're going for Games Workshop, that much paint will probably cost you $7 because they have a little bit of a monopoly and a really good name. It's like Prada versus, like, you know, another decent brand. I'd say go Army Painter. Don't go like homeschool craft painting from Walmart. That kind of paint's not great. But go Army Painter. It's cheaper, it's more affordable, they have a lot of good kits, and some of the kits come with a free model. Of course, people who love Games Workshop will buy Game Workshop stuff. It's more of a baddest thing in my opinion. If you have Game Workshop paints, it's just like, oh yeah, I have the money for that. Like, goddamn, it's expensive shit. Holy. There are some depending on what you have. So there are some standardized army colors for things like Warhammer. So, you know, Space Marines are gonna have a very specific blue to them. It's like Space Marine blue or some shit. However, if you're confident enough, you could always just switch to colors if you're good enough at color theory. I know that the Lumineth Realm Lords are very Hellenic based, so you know, they're Greek. So there are a lot of blues, golds, and whites and creams. However, a lot of people have done amazing work online to make green and red variants of the Lumineth Realm Lords as well, because they just want to change the color and have fun like that. Where do you find the colors exactly? I don't know. There are, if you look it up blind and you go like on Amazon, you look up like Warhammer paint kit, you might find like a Terminid painting kit that has like 3 or 4 models and all the necessary Terminid colors for those base colors. You're not gonna find it for every faction. I know there's one for Terminids and I know there's one for Space Marines. I think there's one for another one. I think there's one for Necrons. They'll have the basic colors and they'll say, oh, you know, Terminids use XYZ colors. These are your basic colors for the Terminids. However, you know, you can always change it up. You know, I drew there's a Wyvern mini from D&D, WizKids, that I just made in the style of Rathian from Monster Hunter because fuck yeah, I like Rathian. Why not? You know, the Wyvern kind of looks like a Rathian. Let's make it a Rathian. Not the canon colors in any way, shape, and or form. But I decided to like, challenge myself. Through that challenge, I made a really cool mini, I think.
Take that!
Depression! Hey KSG, how you doing, bud? I bought like $5 brushes off Amazon. That's what I'm using. Just look at brushes. I like dry brushes. They're really good too. So get like a pack of 10. I spent like $5 on it, and like, you know, it came with a whole bunch of brushes, 1 or 2 dry brushes. And if you want to get yourself a wet palette, they're very helpful. Just buy one off Amazon. It's like $10. I'm annoyed my flight got delayed. Oh, dude, I'm so sorry. Wait, where are you going, bud? Going somewhere fun? Vacation time, something? But in all reality, just to start, all you need is a brush. And half of those kits I told you about before come with a brush. I went on a trip to see my family and I'm headed home. Well, have a safe trip home, KSG. I hope it goes well and that it is uneventful and easy for you. Hell yeah. I mean, again, just, you know, take your time, enjoy it, explore it. There's not too much, honestly. It's a lot less serious than you think it is. Unless you're trying to become a professional one day, don't worry too much. You're fine, you know? And even then, worry about the professional stuff when you get to that professional level. Till then, you know, like any other art, start at the beginning and work towards it every day. Get a Gatorland was fun. Now return to feed the rats. Ah, the New York rats. Indeed. Do miss me some gators, though. I do miss the gators from Florida. I love them to bits. Hopefully you give a gator a kiss for me, KSG, like right on the snout. Oh, and just watch videos as well. Watch people paint. You'll learn from them too. And just look at other mini paints as well. Like sometimes you'll find someone do something really cool that you'll want to mimic, and using some basics tools and ideas, you could try to mimic it. Just don't get stuck in the rut of watching people paint and learning theory only. Paint alongside whenever you watch someone, and if you make a mistake, that's fine. Continue on with the mistake. You know? You're gonna make a lot of mistakes, and that's a-okay. You'll make a fuck ton of mistakes. You'll make more mistakes than you won't make mistakes. And that's a-okay. I do actually quite miss alligators. Lovely little bastards. right. Let's get back to the other wings now. I haven't flown in a bit. I say I haven't flown in a bit. I went to fucking Greece in May. I actually quite like airports. I don't know why. They're fucking cesspools of germs and shit, but I actually really like airports. I do not know why. I think I just like traveling. And airports are part of that, so I like that part too. You know what I'm saying? I do just quite like airports though. It's a weird thing to like, I know. The food's not amazing, you know, the people aren't amazing. It's kind of bullshit sometimes when they search you and it's like, oh, this is under the legal limit of 100 milliliters. Why are you taking out the wine that I brought from Greece? I already got through TSA twice with it. Why is this happening now? You know. But then some airport, like Boston International Airport was absolute shit, dude. Like, oh my God, I went to Boston International Airport on my way to Greece. Just fucking shit, dude. Fucking horrible. Least favorite airport. Because you had to leave terminals to get into terminals, and I was like, what the fuck, man? Like, come on. Just connect your goddamn terminals better. Oh, and have a fantastic time. See you later. And drop on by, take a look at the YouTube, all that cool stuff, and enjoy your time. I mean, I hope France is doing you well. Never been to France, but my father speaks French. Have a good night. Is it au revoir that's French? Like, for goodbye? I don't remember. I feel like it was. I feel like it was. Definitely not Greek, definitely not Spanish. Could just be ada ada. And getting access to this kind of stuff in Europe is very, very different. Like if you're in France, take a train to the UK if you got a passport, and check out a Warhammer store there or Games Workshop store there. That's a fantastic way to get really involved, because like they'll have that shit there pretty easily. And the UK makes a lot of these kind of things. For some reason, the UK just makes a lot of tabletop wargaming shit. I don't know why. Even like indie people are like, a lot of them are from the UK. I don't know why the UK just has a really big like fucking market of this shit. It does though, and it's wild. You just like take a train to the UK and like get some shit there. It'll be cheap there. It'll be cheap in the UK comparative. Like as I said, the set I got in the UK for my Lumineth Realm Lords was £70 in the UK, but it'd be $150 here. You know, so I saved like $50 here essentially. That being said, I did take a trip to the UK, which was a lot more expensive. You know? Girl math. I have to use girl math in some way, you know? I use girl math plenty. I get it. Like, I do use girl math. I saw a TikTok that was this guy who is a tattoo artist, and he's playing the role of himself and a female customer he had recently, and the female customer goes, "Oh, can I put 250 down as a deposit instead of putting 100?" And he goes, "Yeah, sure. Why?" He goes, "Well, if I'm gonna put 250 down," she goes, "then it's gonna be less. Then I'm paying less money." And he goes, "What?" And I'm like, No, she has a point. She's paying less in the future. She's justifying that bill expense now because like it should pay less in the future. And then someone else was like, "Yeah, that's just girl math." And it's like, yeah, okay. Like, I get it. Cause like, yeah, if it's a $500 bill, right? And you pay $250 now and $250 later, it's cheaper than paying $100 now and $400 later in a really interesting way. Like, yeah, that's girl math for you, and I get it. I fucking do that shit. I'll pay a bigger deposit so I can have less of a monthly payment or whatever, because I, you know, or like the final payment will be super cheap comparative. I get it. Also when it comes to sales, I get it. Like, if there's a sale on a video game, that video game goes from like $60 to $45. That's a savings of money, but you're still spending money. But at the same time, you're actually saving money if you think about it, right? So like, I'm not spending money, I'm saving money. I get it then, even though I am spending money. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I get it as well as, you know, most girls do, but like, I get girl math. I have practiced girl math. Maybe not be an expert though. I actually did that. That's my justification for like getting the Lumineth Realm Lords. Oh yeah, you know, I could go to the UK and get Lumineth Realm Lords for cheaper, so it's more worth going to the UK than it is getting them at the store here, because I get to see a friend and I get to get really cheap Warhammer. It's girl math, and I do it. I love it. Even though I'm spending like a K to go to the UK. Do a stretch. And I was really crouched. I was really bending down. Holy shit. I'm gonna break my back. All right, let's start from this side again. Making some minor fixes essentially.
embarrassment. Shadow the Hedgehog's a bitch-ass motherfucker.
I know I didn't react, but holy shit, my heart skipped a beat. Fuck. Hey, CB. Woo. Scared the shit out of me. So focused, man. How you doing today, bud? Yo, Call of the Lamb? Call of the Lamb's pretty great. Call of the Lamb's absolutely fantastic. Oh. Play that again one day. I enjoyed it. Switch integration on it was a lot of fun too. Exactly. Yeah, it is a fun game. It's cute. It's a nice little like pseudo city builder kind of deal. I take care of your cult. Your lamb. Good game. I like it. Nowadays it's 2 players too, apparently. Oh. Yeah, I like that. All right, let me show you guys what's up. So, I did re-rust it, basically, and oh, you know what? Let me do something real quick before I forget to do this, 'cause I know I'll forget to do this forever. Fuck me, huh? You know what? I'm gonna do something real quick. I'm gonna take a hold on. I think this is a more subtle touch because, like, you guys see a lot of blue on the camera. I don't see a lot of blue in real life. Well, I don't see as much. Definitely not. I think this is a very good touch. I think this is kind of like really subtle blue. Let me just stand up. I'll take a look at it for a second. Good. I'm gonna test one more thing. For funsies. For funsies. Let's do it for funsies. Okay? For funsies. For the LOLs. That's what the kids call the LOLs, alright? I don't know if you guys know what the LOLs are, but it's like the LOLs. Basically just going around in circles is what it feels like. I was taking a look at one of my videos I just put out on YouTube's. I was like, all right, let's take a gander at that. Just because I want to put a comment on it, you know what I'm saying? I'll do that real quick. There we go. There we go. Woo, excuse me. I'm done. I'm not touching it. I'm done. I'm done. If I touch it more, I'm gonna fuck it up. Let it dry. I'll be right back. Is there anything else I want to do to it? Yes. Said I'm done. I'm not done. All right, I'm done. For real this time. Alright, for the colors I used, Silver Dragon, True Copper, Ethereal Blue, Ghostly Blue, Ambient, Crimson, Matte Black. Pretty sure those are all the colors I used. Now, on to the fun stuff. I think it's turned out pretty wonderful, honestly. It turned out pretty great. Anyways. You're watching this on YouTube as a VOD. Thank you very much for watching this on YouTube. It's been a ride, because like I was doing something then, and I stopped, and I redid everything, so... YouTube, thank you very much for watching. I hope you had a good one. Y'all stay safe, stay Botanist Cool, and I'll see you soon. Bye, YouTube.